I think we just pick up the club right away. The game loud? It might actually be a bit louder than normal. I think I might have turned it up when we were playing Kletka yesterday. I'm not sure. Can't fucking roll. I can't fucking roll! I can't roll! I should have just exhausted his dialogue. What am I doing, dude? Fucking bullshit. That is like, that is one thing that is so stupid about the Souls games, is like, why is talking to an NPC lock you in so badly? It is kind of bullshit, no? That was good character too. That's, well, whatever. It's fine. We're only a minute in anyways. Streamer's so good at the game. Thanks, man. Like you cannot use items. You can't use items, or you can't roll or use items when you're talking to an NPC. Which, like, I mean, I guess I get it, because I mean, I don't know. I don't know if normally in the game, like maybe this is just a randomizer issue, but I feel like there's definitely some moments though. Like, for example, in the Undead Burg, when you try to free Griggs, right? And you run past his door and he's like, help me, help, help. And you can't fucking roll. You can't fucking do anything. The enemies just fucking destroy you while the dude is asking for help. Sansa would type his name for every speedrun. Yeah, I don't got time for that. IMD. I've reset 83 times, man. Skipped a chest, yeah. I really hope I feel like Salad doesn't know Dark Souls 1 that well. I really hope Salad, like an enemy spawns in like a spot where it looks convincing and Salad opens the mimic. I would love to see that. Betting on other people to fail, yeah. It's just a game, man. just a game. It's rando no-hit a thing. For Dark Souls 1, I would argue that is probably not... I don't think rando DS1 no-hit would be doable. Maybe if you didn't randomize key items in the Lord Vessel. But even then, I don't know. I mean, Gino's really good at no-hit, but like... The thing about no-hit and same with like speedrunning is that you can practice it, right? You can't practice a rando, really. Like a lot of no-hit is knowing patterns and how to deal with like the layouts that you have, you know, that the game presents you. Rando's pure skill. I mean, I don't know if I would argue it's pure skill. It's... I mean, getting a no-hit randomizer run is largely just dependent on RNG more than anything, I reckon. I mean, you can't say that it's all RNG, like, it's both.
Only day an undead shall be chosen. To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage.
Is there a rule that you have to pick up loot when you come across it?
Of the ancient lords.
No, I think that would be a little too bullshit, to be honest.
Lordran.
Watching this cutscene 83 times. Listen, sometimes, you know, I want a break, and I'm gonna take it by watching the fucking cutscene. What do you got against the cutscenes, Kemi? You are always on about this shit. Chat, stop saying ban. Don't just ban people. This is what my chat has become, Kemi. Why am I struggling so much with this run? Because I'm a fucking speedrunner and I have no patience. We probably would have already been done with this run if I had more patience. I'm not even kidding. I mean, the run is hard as well, but like, most of my deaths genuinely come from just not, like, I just want to go fast.
No.
Like, my PB run of 14, I think it was on my PB run of 14, or I don't know. Anyways, we had a run that was really deep, and it was a really good run, and then, like, I cleared all of the catacombs slowly. And then I came back to the catacombs, and I was like, dude, I don't want to fucking kill everything again. This is ass. So I try to go fast, and then I fucking die.
Come again.
What's up, Maxie? How has your Ari marathon been going? Mask of the Child. Well, rip my extra health. Do I have a usable weapon? I could. Okay. Oh, clam though. Ew. I don't think you can kick the clams either. I could probably hit him off the cliff, though. I kind of want to loot the graveyard. I kind of like looting the graveyard early on. 54 hours for all 27 games. So what... So, was that every Resident Evil game? Or how does that work? I mean, obviously there's like multiple versions for like each game, but excluding those. I blamed a chatter for me dying on my first run yesterday. I mean, honestly, it kind of was that chatter's fault. I mean, it's not directly his fault. It's my fault for reading the comment and getting distracted and not paying attention to the game. But I was also next to a bonfire, which this game generally makes you feel safe when you're next to a bonfire. However, in that area we were yesterday, I was not safe. And I paid the ultimate price with my fucking life. Bone wheels are so bullshit in this game, though. They really are. Trance, yeah, you've been here for all the DS1 rando. I guess you just love watching my suffering. I get it. You're not the only one. It's not like that, I know, I'm just kidding.
Come back soon.
I wonder if Resident Evil 9 will have potential for randomization. I wonder how many different enemy types there's going to be in Resident Evil 9. Because Resident Evil 7 and 8 are, quite frankly, terrible for randomizer. Why is Bloodborne this emote? That's Vicar Amelia from Bloodborne. Don't you remember that boss fight? Alright, I'm gonna try to roll this guy's poke, and I'm probably gonna die, but... Oh, I fucked up. Oh my god. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Code. Fuck. Oh my god. Stop fucking spamming that. Now he's too far away, for fuck's sakes. Come on, do it again. Of course not. Dude, I need you to fucking die, please. He's gonna fucking kill me. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh. If you find a good weapon from a monster to drop, does that monster always drop that weapon? I don't know. I'm not sure if I've ever found a really good weapon from a monster. I have no idea how the loot tables for enemies work in this rando. Would have to ask Hot Pocket Remix, the guy who made it. Oh god. Oh my god, we are fucking 0.1 away from being overloaded. Please don't kill me. We are at 54 out of 54 equip load. Level up a little bit. What happens if you exceed the weight limit? You fucking aura walk. It's great. Look, I'm kind of sussed about this. But I just need to kick him. Maybe I should just continuously punch. Maybe that's the better strat. That works. Stone art? Bro! Come on! Fuck off, dude. I love walking fucking the pace of a turtle, dude. This is great. It's gonna take me fucking 10 minutes just to get to Undead Parish. The thing is, I know people are like, you should have leveled up endurance, but this situation happens so infrequently that it's just not worth it. Like you can't, you don't want to level up 20 endurance on the off chance that this happens, because again, it's so rare and you need the stats to actually use weapons. Oh, come on, man, please. Dude, I'm not even gonna fucking make it, man. It's fucking Jover, dude. Maybe I should go to the, I don't even know. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. I mean, I could go back to Firelink. Maybe did the cleric sell any armor? Oh, I took this fucking bond. Oh god, dude. All right, I'm actually fucked. I'm actually fucked. Kind of want to just walk off the cliff, chat. Don't you dare. Ah. Hey, Ahmad, thank you for the 37 months. Well, there's an item we can loot over here to the right, I guess. Whatever, we've got some enemies over here that will probably kill us, but we could try to loot that item. Our only hope. Hope the next item looted is the Lord Vessel. What the fuck? You are evil. That would work, as you could dark sign and warp out. True. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get up this hill. Come on, save me, please. Oh! Oh! Yes! We are back. Oh, off the cliff, Mr. Skelly. Dude, what kind of fucking pants was I wearing? How much did... Wait, what the fuck was I wearing? Wait, did I also get the... Oh, I got the catalyst, which removed the shield, right? I was like, how did the pants... Yeah, it's the shield. Yeah, that shield was horrible. Giga shield of hell. Stop the tail, bro. I don't have a usable weapon. Got some souls at least. High Knight Chunks. He's got a good shield. Thunder Ring. Alright, well. This is not great. I can't use the washing pole either. Oh, I need a usable weapon, man. Fuck. There's 2 items over here I can loot. Ooh. Well, it's not a weapon, but... Why wear this armor set? You act like I have a choice in the matter. Ban him. Ban everybody. Alright, well, we still don't have a usable weapon. We did get a Lord Soul at least, that's good. There's a few more items I can check before things are gonna get real desperate. We're gonna have to go loot these 2 items over here. Try to bait the enemies off the cliff. Oh, God.
Touch the demon inside me.
Oh. That was kind of scary. Hey, Boots Void, thank you for the 5 gifted sub. Probably butchered your name, but thank you very much, man. It's pretty easy to kill all the enemies in this area, at least, so that's nice. I wonder if this weapon still inflicts bleed if you don't have the stat requirements. Dude, give me a fucking weapon. Fuck's sakes. Ah, oh, damn it. More decks than I can use it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm just gonna try to run to the merchant. Fucking wish me luck. Doesn't seem too bad apart from the dragon butt, potentially. And I guess the fucking ghost that's gonna attack me at the merchant. Okay. I need a fucking weapon. I didn't really want to buy that, but I mean, it's a good weapon. We can use it to kill bosses. Dude, what the fucking 17,000 twinkly? He's got homeward bones.
Thank you, kind.
There isn't really anything else worth buying, I don't think.
Oh, come
I mean, our armor, I don't think we have anything that's that heavy. I guess the pants and gloves. I mean, there are light pants and gloves, but I'm not sure we're not going to be able to light roll regardless, so. And we're on mid roll right now, so I think this is fine. Oh, this weapon is really nice. And I mean, at least we looted a fair amount of the items here. This is the weak one, at least. Dude, why are these, like, fucking scissor guys so scary? They're so tanky, too. It's crazy. Nice. I'm almost dead. That's great. Honestly, I think I should maybe... I'm dead, dude. I didn't know where the ghost was. Why is the ghost in the fucking floor? Why is it in the floor? Why is it in the fucking floor, dude? I can't even... Bro, I was like, I guess the ghost is fucking gone. I didn't see it, dude. Why did it go in the floor? Fuck off, man. That's fucking bullshit. I should have just kept running. I don't know. It's like I couldn't decide what I wanted to do. I don't understand. Okay, I would understand if I went to a lower elevation that the ghost would go through the floor, but I guess maybe it's pathfinding bugged out. I don't... This is another one from the place where you go down the steps. But I never killed the first one, though. That had to have been the first one. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I don't know. I'm so confused now. I should have just kept running, to be fair. That was kind of my bad. Where'd the lightning damage come from? That ghost shoots lightning. I think there's like 2 different types of ghosts. There's like the melee one and the lightning one. Or maybe they both shoot lightning? I don't know. I think they're different. Well, they're... Is it the same? Is there only one type of ghost? I think there's 2, right? Oh my god, why did I pick this up? I was specifically not going to pick this up, and then I picked it up. I'm so dumb. Ugh. No. The weapon is good? Yeah, but now I'm fat rolling is the problem. I could have actually killed some bosses. I could have actually killed some bosses if I was not... Now I'm fat rolling, which means I kind of have to, like, loot. Okay, you know what we could do, though? We could...
Welcome home, Ashen One.
We could use this weapon to clear the graveyard. At least. Maybe loot all the graveyard. Check shops for lighter armor. Yeah, I guess. It's just, it sucks that I have this fucking shield on me now. This thing weighs like 8 or, oh, 5. I guess that's not that bad. Yeah, I mean, this weapon is insanely strong. It's like one of the best weapons in the game. I mean, if I find Twinkling Titanites... Yeah, I don't know. I guess we will just go loot. We need a different pair of gloves and chests. Right, that pokes through the shield. Wait, can I not? Oh no, I can't parry with this shield. I didn't know that. I think those scissor guys are genuinely one of the strongest enemies in the game. They do so much damage. It's unbelievable. How did that hit not stagger him? Comes this piece of shit again. All right, fine, dude. You get to live. This guy is stacked. Oh my god. Dragon tooth. Oh, another blacksmith giant hammer. Hello. A light chess piece as well.
Thank you, kind.
Well, we can mid-roll now. And we have a ton of... This is good.
Oh,
Time to loot now. I'm still not sure I want to loot yet. Alright, I'm gonna go down... Wait, what enemy is next? Oh, God. Oh, God. Can I make this? I feel like the dog might kill me. I feel like that is maybe a little too risky. This skip should be illegal. I mean, yeah, probably. But... I don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I mean, doing that skip is really nice so you could check Capra early. But I mean, yeah, if you want to just... Because I mean, okay, like the thing is, if you say that that skip's not allowed, right? Then that means Capra is probably going to be one of the last bosses you do in the run. So... I mean, you could be fucking 10 hours in, finally get the mystery key, so you can go kill Capra. And then you're fucked. I mean, potentially. I guess this weapon does scale with strength a little bit. That defense boost. I mean, I could see the argument. Like, I understand where he's coming from, but I don't think it's that. I mean, the thing is, well, like, if you say that the only way to get to Capra is the mystery key, then the mystery key becomes as relevant as the Lord's souls, which, I mean, I guess is, you know, it would be exciting to find the mystery key because of that.
Come back soon.
Yeah, if the area down there is Gravelorded, it can be kind of sus if you do the skip. Saying you can't go to Sif without the crest. Well, you can though. Like that's like normal intended behavior. I mean, you're not necessarily meant to go to Lower Undead Burg until you get the mystery key in like a casual playthrough. Obviously, there's a million ways to get to the lower part though, if you know what you're doing. The basement key. Oh yeah, sorry, it's not the mystery key. You're right. This is good RNG. Why don't you get hit with the flame? It's just buggy. Oh wait, this guy's gonna drop an item. Oh, I don't know if I should have killed him. That might have been a mistake. Well, we got lucky. I am fat now though, but I could level up endurance a little bit. We can find infinite twinklies, we're gonna be in really good shape. Skip was found in testing? What are you talking about? Nowadays, I'm complaining about Elden Ring. I mean, not really. I still love Elden Ring. I just think, Elden Ring is kind of a pain to get to, like, go through the whole game. Compared to the others. I mean, I still love doing challenge runs and stuff in Elden Ring. I haven't really had any challenge run that I've thought of. Also, there's like channels that exist exclusively to do Elden Ring challenge runs. Elden Ring is like a content farm at this point. I think like every challenge run under the fucking sun has been done. Not saying that, you know, Just because somebody else did a specific challenge run doesn't mean I shouldn't, but it's insane how many challenge runs of Elden Ring have been like done. We're all in the RE9 waiting room. Yeah, I can't wait. Come on, Twinklies. Ooh, Enchanted Falchion, and an Occult Club, and a Black Knight Greatsword, and a Life Fun Scythe. Oh my god. Holy fucking Andre.
Don't get yourself.
And we have a blacksmith giant hammer at the Undead Merchant. Nah, we can mid-roll now. I just had to do 2 endurance level ups. Run dies to gravity. I mean, yeah, like, all of these things are great. I mean, I was extremely excited for Elden Ring too. I mean, I still love Elden Ring. I just can't play it, like... I just get kind of bored going through the game. It's just... The torrenting just gets so tiresome. No, you don't. Bro, get the fuck back here. You be interested in doing Elden Ring boss rush mod? I don't know, man. To tell you the truth, I love playing through the game the way it's intended, but unfortunately, just the intended way for Elden Ring is just, you know, it's just such a pain. And unfortunately, I feel like in Elden, not to go off on an Elden Ring rant again, but I think in the Souls games, when you know where you're going and you know what you're doing, and especially if you know like skips and stuff, you can go through the game so quickly. But with Elden Ring, it's like, it doesn't matter how good you are at the game or how well you know the game, it's still just, you're still just going to be riding torrent for like an hour, you know what I mean? I kind of wish Elden Ring had more ways of getting across the map. And maybe I might be in the minority with this, and I feel like in the early game, they gave you a good amount of That is weird. In the early game, they gave you a ton of different ways to get around the map. And then they kind of just stopped doing that, like, later on. Oh my god. Like, you have the teleporters to Caelid, and you have... You know, there's some teleporters in the snow field, which is nice. Should add the Night Rain bird to Elden Ring. The Elden Ring dungeon crawl. Yeah, I never actually tried the dungeon crawl rando. Should try that at some point. For some reason, it does not let me scroll. What the fuck is going on? I cannot scroll up my fucking chat, dude. All right. I mean, honestly, chat, I don't really care that much for spoilers, and even if it is true, I'm not surprised. I mean, I've been talking about this forever. What is that? Way lag? Oh, that's not bad. Come over here. Guys. Can you stop puking all over the place, girl? It's good that we got Quailag already. Quailag can be one of the worst bosses depending on the arena you're fighting her. The Nightmare Seed mod for Elden Ring. Yeah, I've heard about it. I'll probably try that Nightmare Rando at some point, but that Rando takes like 50 hours or something, so I'm not that specific mod, whatever you want to call it. It takes like 50 hours, so I didn't... People have been asking me to play it, but I'm gonna wait. Alright. Called a rando, it's a handcrafted overhaul. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it's just a mod. Yeah, it's a handcrafted mod. It's not like they just pressed, you know, they pressed randomize and it was just really bad or something. Alright. Man, I really need... I'm gonna just get more health. Quailag killed Leppa's run in the Capra arena. Yeah, Capra Quailag is basically run over. Unless you have a Black Knight halberd, and even then it's kind of fucked. Yui despised every second of it. Yeah, it seems pretty bullshit. Oh man, I feel like one of the most important things... Oh wait, I'm gonna just use another hammer bone. I don't want to run back. I can upgrade my hammer to +1. I mean, might as well. Bow could work for Quelaag. I mean, bow kind of works, but the problem is, if Quelaag is in Capra's arena and she opens with the jump attack, like the fire-spitting jump attack, you're actually just fucking dead. I don't actually know if there's anything you can do if she opens with that attack. Maybe you can run under her, but I don't know. I don't think there's enough, like, space. We haven't looted, like, anything yet. I guess we could try to do this fight. Am I watching Knights of the Seven? No, I was actually, funny enough, I was just looking at that show this morning. Kind of want to try, I want to try it out. Want to go check what the boss is first. I'm scared. Oh. All right. The fucking stored rolls are so annoying. All right. Probably should have just homeward boned out, but I guess, I mean, we killed all the enemies, so we could just go back to the nest. I don't have that many homeward bones. We can always go back to the undead merchant to get more. All right. And we haven't looted, like, any items at all in this run, though. This the run? I don't know, man. Gonna go down to Qualag and Ceaseless. Actually... I kind of want to go to Sif first so I can get Sheva. I don't know if Sheva is that great of a... Don't forget Law Trick. Oh, shit. I just left him there, didn't I? What the fuck? I just ran right past him. I was not paying attention at all. Yeah, I mean, we have really, really good weapons in our shop. Alright, well. It's just kind of stupid. I should have just boned back to the parish. Oh well. I guess we can... I mean, we don't have to grab the parish bonfire now. After we kill... Well, assuming we kill Sif, we could just bone back to Firelink. We could have Twinklies. I think only certain merchants are allowed to have infinite of a upgrade materials, so I don't actually know if Shiva, is it Shiva or Shiva? I'm not sure if he can have Shiva. Okay. I don't know if he can have infinite upgrade materials. I don't think he can. I mean, we could go try to kill the Crystal Lizard before Taurus Demon. We could kill the Crystal Lizard before Taurus. Maybe we'll get another Twinkling Titanite. I mean, if now is probably the best time to do it, I guess. If we're going to Hydra anyways, because we can kill Taurus and then just go back down the tower. I mean, I love Lobos. I mean, Lobos made that mod for himself, though. Like, definitely not gonna... Not like that, chat. You know, like as a brother. Thing is, if I kill Hydra... If I kill Hydra drops an item, so... He's published it. Well, yeah, no, I mean, my worry is not whether it's public or not. Hey, we did get another Twinkly. Although, does it... How many Twinklies do you... Oh, it's Butterfly. How many... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I mean, if I get far enough away... I guess we can just go up and kill it. Can you get +2 with only 2 twinklies, chat? How much does it cost for the second upgrade? I can't remember. Is it only 1? Are you gonna land? Does he land? I assume he does. I feel like it's been taking a while. There we go. I think the wing can be hit. Whatever. Lord Vessel at Guinevere. Did he not? Did he not fucking randomize it, or? Not getting the ladder? No, I don't really care. Yeah, killing the pyro will drop an item. Yeah, I don't think we've ever found the doll. Not yet, anyways. We don't loot that much these days. I mean, unfortunately, I feel like just killing a bunch of bosses is the best strategy. I wish it wasn't. That's the one thing. I feel like if weapons didn't have stat requirements, then like rushing the bosses wouldn't matter as much. It's just you need, if you don't have the stats to use a weapon, you're fucked. And that's why rushing bosses is so good, right? Because if you just kill a bunch of bosses, if you kill like 7 or 8 bosses, you're gonna get, you know, level 40 or 50. You're gonna have 20 or like 18 dex, 27 strength, which at that point you can use so many different weapons. The thing is, guys, it's like, if we don't find DLC bosses, that means the DLC bosses might be... Like, there might be a DLC boss in Capra Arena. Well, I'm fat again. I think I've got my cheats on. Dirty Death Spine salad. Bruh, I don't know how salad is just like feeding runs or something, cause he's been doing it for like half the amount of time that I have. All right. 30. And we kind of need a chess piece. I think Andre was selling one. I guess we should go back to Andre to... Oh, shit. I forgot I haven't talked to this guy yet. Well, good thing he didn't give me a weapon.
No.
The BKH? No shot. Damn.
Come again.
Our merchants are so stacked with weapons on this run. We have the Black Knight Greatsword, the Enchanted Falchion, another Blacksmith Giant Hammer, and the Black Knight Halberd. That's kind of crazy. You're safe to pick up items. Yeah, but we already upgraded this. I don't know if I should use the Twinkly. Maybe we should just stay at +1. I think Andre sold a chess piece, though. Like a crimson robe or something. The vendor near Garg's. Oh.
Don't be seen. Well, don't get yourself.
Oh, we're still so heavy, though. I think if we buy...
Don't get yourself.
Yeah, we're good now. Barely. Alright, let's go down to Quelaag. I really want to fucking loot stuff, though. It's like, it's killing me inside not looting. A little bit more defense. Are there like multiple different types of DLC enemies? Because like this one, I swear sometimes these pitchfork guys have so much more health. No, you get defense all the way up to like 99 humanity. Bro, what do you fucking mean? Where's the fucking merchant? Hello? Why is he not here? Oh, fuck, you're right. I did switch covenants when I joined the fucking cleric. Oh, God. Whoa. Oh, my God. The hell? Oh, the Gravelord ended. No, you don't have to invade. It's just, it's because it's because I left the Covenant. Yep. Rest at bonfire and change back. Can you change your covenant at a bonfire? Didn't know that was the thing. Why do I always get Manus here? I mean, at least it's not Manus in Capra Arena. Yeah, I actually didn't even know that was a remaster only thing. I mean, today I learned. I don't really ever mess with covenants, so. And that damage is fucking ass. We're gonna be here a while. I'm surprised with +1 the damage is still this bad. I guess he's really lightning resistant. Might be better to just use the jump R2. I guess it depends if I can get 2 hits. Can you poison him? I don't think so. almost baited me there. Really? I don't think I have any blossoms. Come on, buddy. That was the slow one. Almost there. Steady. How long have we been fighting this guy for? Thought this weapon was good. It is really good. It's just the problem is it has majority of its damage is lightning, and DLC bosses are heavily resistant to elements. A muck perma. That's... sounds exhilarating. No, there's no scaling in this mod. Except for at the start in the asylum. Okay, this is fine. The fuck? Holy camera. Can he jump off a cliff? Maybe. Alright, well, we're just farming the bosses. I guess we go to Sens. Oh, we have enough stats for the BKH now. You have the BKH at hand, you could just loot. I mean, we have another blacksmith giant hammer as well.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Come again.
I mean, the thing is, I think I still just want to go to Sens. I mean, we can start looting when we're in Anne or Londo and Sens. Watch the Lord vessel be right next to Firelink. Yeah. Yeah. That is always a possibility. God, imagine if it was just at the Firelink well. That would be very sad. Thank you for the 11 months, Sir Brodeath, and Trex, thank you for the 37 months. We are lucky he didn't do his fucking combo there. Or I'm just scared if there's an enemy here. I don't know if I should grab this bonfire. I mean... I'm not sure if we should... Like, I kind of want to loot Sens. But we should probably just loot it when we come back. Like, we should probably just loot all of Anorlando. Not sure what boss is there. Should probably just loot all of Anorlando, and then on the way back, we loot Sens. Thank you for the 73 months, memory leak. These are some expensive fucking homeward bones. Ooh, Guardian Soul. I'm gonna buy an egg vermifuge just in case I get... There's some really expensive Titanites too. Oh. Well, I guess I shouldn't have bought those. You know what? I'm just gonna... Maybe as FAP ring? Nope. Oh my god, another black... Oh, the weaponsmith box.
Go along, try and make... But...
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
There you go, another breakfast.
Oh, it's Capra. Fucking die, dude. Alright. Oh. Well, you know, it's okay. At least we can finally loot now. Alright, I'm gonna loot some stuff in Sens, I think. There's the Black Knight Great Axe, but I don't think... Oh my god. We got grave lorded. Ella's dead again. Ah, all is right with the world. Okay, chat. I got some food, so I'm gonna turn on Soul Salt for a few minutes. It shouldn't be that long. But yeah, I wanna eat for a little bit so we can watch more of the Soul Salt from yesterday. Soon it will be RE9 Salt. True. Oh, you know what? Because we watched Soul Salt chat, yeah, the fucking Grave Lord is gone. That was fucking strats. Calculated break. Oh yeah, let me put the... Oh god. Go loot the item down there, I guess. Ooh, nice. Alright, well this is bad. No, we don't have the Lord Vessel yet. I don't really want to go over by that dragon butt. I think we go to Anorlando. Hey Bob, thank you for the 4 months. Alright. Thing is, we are not... Or no, we are in mid-roll. I guess we should just go... We should probably just use this +5 axe to, What the fuck? Should probably just use the axe to kill ONS, I guess. I don't know though, +5 battle axe is not that great. I'm like kind of tempted to loot more. The problem is I don't have normal Titanite. The merchant... I mean, the merchant and Sens did sell normal Titanite. Maybe I should go back and buy more. Oh, I don't really want to, but I think I should. Go to Firelink, yeah, but I don't really want to go all the way back. God damn it. God, these clams are scary. Can Dark Sign back? I mean, I don't really want to lose 14 humanity. I'm just gonna buy 18. I mean, I don't really want to spend 9,000 souls on this, but at the same time, he sells Homeward Bones too. I'm gonna buy like 2 more.
Go along, try and make but
If I'm picking up stuff here, I would prefer to be able to upgrade my weapon still. Maybe the giant blacksmith will sell Titanite as a possibility. I feel like I could get this guy to just fall off. I probably should just try to kill him. It's not like it's very hard. That was kind of risky. He might drop a weapon. Oh. Alright. Why auto-equip? Because it makes the challenge much harder. No, the axe is good. Is it not already hard enough? I mean, the thing is, if you don't, like... If you don't do auto-equip, if you get a run where you get a... Like, imagine you start with the BKH, and then you get infinite Twinklies, and you get it to +5, and then you find the FAP ring, and then you have that for the rest of the run. You're gonna instantly kill every single enemy that you come across for the entire run. You're gonna have 1,000,000 fucking health because the FAP ring is gonna permanently stay equipped. Like, yeah, you can still die, but... It's just... Like, nothing you pick... Nothing would matter after you get a really good weapon. The auto-equip is what makes the challenge hard. I mean, I will admit the auto equip is a pain in the ass sometimes, but I think that is what ultimately what makes the run interesting, though. Because again, if you get a really OP weapon early on, it's like, okay, now you're just gonna be killing. Now you're just gonna be using the BKH for like 7 hours straight. You having to kill and pick up everything as you see it. I mean, the thing is, if you do that, you're just making the run like extremely RNG. Randomizer RNG is the basis. Yeah, but I don't think you realize how fucking annoying that would be. Like, let's just say hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, you... let's say you have a good weapon, right? And you're on the way to Taurus Demon. And then you loot an item and that gives you an unusable weapon. Okay? Then it's like, alright, I'm gonna keep running around and looting until I eventually get a good weapon. And if I don't, then I have to go loot more stuff. And then eventually, like... It's just fucking... It would be horrible. You already have to loot the stuff as it is. Also, this guy is way too tanky. I mean, Ella already finished this I mean, he was using a different randomizer, but... Like, Ella already did this before. If anything, he should be the one to finish first. He fucking did this for like a month straight before. I guess a better way to describe it is if you had to pick up every single item, it would become the run would become less about skilled decision, or not skilled, but like smart decision making, and it would just be RNG, right? Like, did I get a weapon that's good before the boss that I'm about to fight? Scary? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna get like a bone wheel here. Well, actually a bone wheel would probably be fine. He would just fall off, I think. Ow. Yeah, DLC caster would be kind of scary. Rando makes this section a little easier. Most of the time, yeah, I would agree. Dragon butt. The dragon butt's just gonna fall off. I really don't like this area being grave lorded. Oh my god, I actually have enough resist. Hmm. Should probably just try to do the boss fight with the battle axe. I mean, it's not a bad weapon. Yeah, the Gravelord setting is a pain in the ass. Do some more soul salt to wait the Gravelord out, yeah. Oh, it ended. Nice. What's up, so bad? How you been enjoying the new patch of Dark? I haven't had a chance to try the new wipe yet. Is there a fog gate rando for DS1? There is, yeah. Can you backstab them? All right, what do we got? Let's see. You don't get the Gravelord thing. So basically it's an option. Here, I can show you guys how it works. So this is we use an enemy randomizer made by Fifth Mat. And yeah, so this rando doesn't really have that many settings. But you either it's kind of stupid you can't even turn it off. But basically you either every map is Gravelorded or a Gravelord's a random map every 10 minutes. So God, having every map Gravelorded would be truly horrible. What does Gravelord mean? It's like a... I don't actually know how Gravelording works naturally, but basically in vanilla DS1 or normal DS1, the map can become... Basically, it just spawns like extra red phantom enemies on the map, which are even stronger. All right, what do we got? And that's fine. I wish I had some green blossoms, dude. God damn it. All right, what do we got? I'm throwing knives on this run. And she's somewhere behind me, I think. Can I hear her? I don't think so. I don't know why I rolled that. All right. She only have one move. No, she has a few different ones. I think she only has like 3 or 4 attacks total, though. Not that many. Hey, Mr. Miro, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. And thank you again earlier, Cypher, for the 20 gifted subs as well. All right. Wait, do I have any way to... I don't have any way to kill her.
Come hither. O chosen undead, I am Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I and beseech thee, thou shalt.
All right, Chad. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a sec. It sucks that I can't kill her, because if I could kill her, then it would despawn the enemies in Enerlando. Okay. What? Red Titanite chunk? Purple clump. What's he got? Oh. Probably shouldn't have picked that up. Hey, we got 2 pieces of chain armor. Hey, Nico. What is going on?
Awesome choice, stranger.
And I wonder what that item is. Sometimes you get like an item drop that you can't pick up. I wonder, because I don't think you can have multiple of the same key. So maybe it's possible that it, or like, yeah, I don't know. Because you can have multiple of the same spell. I have 99 large Titanite. You're right. Mr. Detective over here. Oh, got more Titanite. Oh. Oh, throwing knife. Yeah. True. Poison could actually be useful. I'll buy a few more. Buy the Twin Humanity as well. The gold coin. Alright. Alright. How far can you throw these knives from anyways?
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
Alright, well we have a ton of items to loot in Anor Londo. No, we don't have the Lord Vessel yet. Hopefully we'll find it. He's too good. the gold coin useful for? You can sell it to Framped for 10,000 souls. Or 5,000 souls. Stick. How much does this thing weigh? 5? It actually does decent physical damage, funny enough, but fortunately we cannot two-hand our left hand, so... I don't think I checked Butterfly in this run, or Capra. Armor. Oh, the basement key. Well, we could go to the female merchant. What did the skeleton drop? Nothing in there. The door is locked. I think we just have the one chest in that room. Yeah, there's been a lot of giant skellies here. More defense. I don't know. I think we looted everything here.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
That was a fucking mistake. Wow. I don't feel like I shouldn't pick up items that enemies drop. Chest downstairs. No, we already looted that chest. Pretty sure we looted everything.
So it was you, was it? How dare you produce a blade upon a...
How dare you? Bro. Holy fucking jump spam. What the f- Dude.
Stranger, thank you.
Oh! Oh, getting the FAP is really nice. Oh, you need 20 decks for this thing. I don't even have great arrows anyways. Buy weapon. I don't really know. I have the chest on the rafters. Oh yeah, that's true. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get past the enemy though that's in the stairwell. I don't know, was the blacksmith selling a weapon? I can't remember. Ooh, we got lucky. Ooh. Nice. Not a bad weapon. That's really bad scaling, though. Yeah, we should probably fight Gwendolyn. Actually, now that we have a weapon. I feel like it's gonna be Gwen.
Heretic. First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commenceth.
How do you even do this? Oh my gosh. It's literally right behind me. I didn't know. I feel like we need a lot of damage for this. I mean, we could +1 it. I don't know if we have enough damage. We could try. Come back later. Yeah, I mean, that might not be a bad idea. I don't know. We do have Fappering right now, though. We have the BKH on hold. Yeah, but we don't have infinite Twinklies. I mean, we just can't. We just need to make sure he doesn't get that close to the wall. Alright.
Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee.
Alright, well, this is also a good weapon. But I mean, we have a bunch of good weapons at home. I don't know. I think we just need to keep looting. We have no shortage of good weapons on this run. That's another good weapon. Hey, the Rite of Kindling. 20 Estus. The hell was that sound? I don't know if I should kindle this one to 20, but I guess... Well, that's okay. No, we didn't even loot Firelink Shrine. I can't wait to find the... Dude, imagine the Lord Vessel is, like, at the well. We didn't loot any item in Firelink yet. Oops. Going the long way. Yeah, we don't have any Lord Souls yet either. Alright, we can loot the chests up here, and then, as far as I know, we've got everything in Anor Londo. Silver pendant. You cleric gauntlets are fucking heavy as shit. Can backstab him? Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. All right. Cannot level up there. I gotta kill this fucking dragon butt. Am I dead? Oh my god. I hate these fucking enemies so much. Ah. Did he not even fucking die, dude? What's going on? I didn't even get souls. Where the hell did he go? If I didn't have the FAP ring, I probably... Oh, no. Oh, God. I'll be back in a sec. Well, so for those who don't know, this ring makes you take double damage. So, yeah. I don't know. Were there merchants that sold rings? I can't remember.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Who was it that sold all the rings? Was it the guy here at Sens? I remember there was a merchant that has like 3. The merchant here has 3? Okay, well we're completely saved then. Yeah, we have to get rid of FAP, but it's better than taking double damage, I guess. I'm gonna be so fat now, too. I'll save the Darkwood Grain Ring. That could still be useful. That could still be useful somewhere else.
There you go, another braid.
Alright. We have insane curse resist now. Oh, those are lighter gloves. Yeah, we already looted below the merchant. What enemy is over here? Oh, it's a crystal lizard. More defense. Well, the thing is, we still have the Dust Crown ring, potentially, to find as well. Back to fat. What is this? 24 fucking decks, dude? Ugh. And downgrade it? Oh yeah, there is a Wraith on that one ledge. And a mushroom. Dude, he is so like... Fuck. No, I didn't loot. I didn't loot down below, but I don't have... I can't kill... I fucking can't kill anything, man.
That way. Yes.
I mean, he's got a bunch of weapons. We could buy Murakumo. Like, he's got better weapons, but I don't... If I'm still looting, I would probably rather just pick up one of the weaker weapons. Check revert weapon. Yeah. That's probably just smart play. I'm just impatient, but yeah, I should probably go. Should probably go down. But the thing is, chat, even if it is a good weapon, we're still gonna be looting stuff, so... Oh yeah, Andre can just downgrade anyways. I don't know what I'm thinking. Alright, let's see. Pike plus 10. That'll do. Yeah, you can downgrade it, Andre. I just had a bit of a three-head moment. Back to Sens. Yeah, I guess we should finish Sens. Maybe the Lord Vessel's in here. The odds are not in our favor, but... Change direction 5 times. But yeah, I was excited to loot all of Firelink. There's so much stuff there we never picked up. I received 2x damage. Nope. No, I don't. I really don't like the set of enemies that we have here in Sens, though. This shit is kind of scary. I'm gonna wait for this guy. I need to, like, bait this... I don't like this mushroom guy being so fucking close to me here. I want to bait him out first. Like, bait him over here and then... Not backstab him? You can't backstab that guy. more defense. The mushroom guy probably went. Oh wait, whoops. I need to send the ball down, need to break the wall. Ooh, a coat. Okay, I think we can probably just bone out here and then go to the tar pits. I think that's everything. Maybe we should go for like 20 decks. Oh shit, there is one item I didn't loot. Damn it. There's one item I forgot about. Okay. Damn it, dude. I should not have. It's fucking annoying, man. I want him down there. Oh, he's going to the stairwell. I need to kill the enemies down here first before I loot this item. Why didn't he stagger? This is like the worst running attack ever. It's so fucking bad. Bro, where did the Dark Wraith go? Did he climb up the ladder? Multi-hits? Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it multi-hits. This... He uses so much stamina. Ooh. I would like the Lord Vessel, though. Key to the depths. Alright, well, we have the basement key and the key to the depths, so that's probably where we should go. We already killed Manus, but Cal meet... Bro, if Cal meets in Capra Arena... It's gonna be so bullshit. I don't even think... dude, if Cal meets in Capra Arena, I don't even know if it's doable. I mean, the thing is, if he does the AoE Fire Breath, you're just gonna die. Maybe you could, like, block it, I guess, if you got a good enough shield. Oh. Ooh, Mask of the Mother. That's good. Probably gonna lose it shortly, but that is very good. It's a lot of health. This must be large Titanites, right? Yeah. Bro, what the fuck is that combo? I don't even want to jump down here. I think I'm gonna bone back. I don't fucking want to use another bone, but... That's actually so fucking dangerous right there. Because if I jump down and Taurus goes instantly for a jump attack, if he hits me, that Vagrant is 100% gonna do his range attack. If I'm stunned from Taurus and there's a range attack from the red Vagrant coming towards me, I'm probably fucked. Am I allowed to Dark Sign? I mean, if I Dark Sign, I lose 22 humanity, which is 22 level ups worth of defense. Lord Vessel in the well? Nope. And I lose my fucking helm. Oh, we never checked the merchant here. I really should have. He really doesn't want to fall. Ooh, another gold coin. We have a bunch of... Oh, a Firekeeper soul. Should buy that. Oh my god, another blacksmith giant hammer. 2 rings. Mask of the Father. So many good weapons. Alright.
Thank you. That...
Repair powder? For what? I mean, I guess I'll buy a few.
Thank you.
I don't know what the point of that is. Oh. Well, we should probably buy a weapon from him, I guess. All the other weapons are so expensive. Try to downgrade? Is this a boss weapon? I don't think it is it? I don't think you can downgrade this thing. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I would buy the butcher knife, but it's fucking 40,000.
Well, that is a shape, but not
It's the tail weapon. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's one more item we can check over here. Actually, there's a few items. I don't know if I want to buy that yet. I mean, we have a lot of good weapon choices, so we like just look around here a little bit. Hey, Niemand, thank you for the 12 months. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I already forgot about the Keeper Soul. Here, Framt, I've got a lot of food for you.
I do. Very just. Hold on, we have some coins we could sell them to. Please no more, sorry. Can I turn a profit on the large shards? I don't know and I don't care. So I'm not doing that. Well, we have the items in the Valley of Drakes as well down here, I think. I don't think we picked up any of these. Worst case, we go and try to buy a weapon from... God, I do not want to go to Great Hollow. Hey, we got ourselves a sword. Ooh. Nice. Another one. I just took fall damage from running against that wall. Really, it's annoying you can't knock these guys off. Oh, these are easy enemies at least. "13 humanity." Oh, fuck yeah. That's a lot of defense. Alright, you know what? Fine. Oh, God. Big boy coming through. Alright, watch this, chat. Look how much frickin' defense we're gonna get from this. Boom. Oh. Those numbers cosmetic? I don't think so. I actually don't know how defense works in this game, but... Oh, I should have fed Ramp some large shards, though. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think it does. I don't think it actually does that much, but it's still... I mean, every little bit counts in a permadeath run. Wait, was this the run where I got Giga Fat? Because I don't see the item over there. I died on that run? Okay. Oh, now, oh, it just wasn't popping up right away. Ouch. Kinda need to upgrade this weapon. I wish I had more homeward bones. We need to go back to the merchant. Fuck. Need to check Vamos too. Oh god, don't remind me of that fucking place. And it really sucks not having the Lord Vessel.
I'll be seeing.
Alright. Oh, that's better. Man, who was it that sold the Homeward Bones? I know the guy in Sens sold some. I think the Undead Merchant also sold some. They were expensive, though. I think they were like 1,000 each. From both of them. Alright, we got a few items over here we can loot. a gargoyle down there. Fucking bone wheel. Fucking gargoyle, dude. Yeah, that heavy armor was kind of nice there. Yeah, I know. I have another Firekeeper soul. I don't really want to go down there yet. The hollow room's kind of scary. I don't know if I should loot there or not. I mean, we could take a look. But this room has a million enemies. Need to be careful. Don't want to get pinned. And this weapon is not great. Homeward. We have a catalyst, so funny enough, we could actually use homeward, I think, but... Really? Headshot me. And homeward a miracle? Yeah, I have a miracle casting tool in my hand. I have a talisman. Do I have resins? I don't think I've found any resins yet. Why don't I pick up items from minions? Well, the last time I picked one up, I got a broken straight sword, so I'm a little scared now. Maybe I should, though. Oh, that's lovely. I think it's the... Alright, we're just gonna let that guy... Let's let that guy burn to death. Go down. This is kind of a scary spot to go to, though, truthfully. I mean, is there even an item down here? I don't think so. Well, we have repair powder. Camera, please. Dress. All right, well, that was pretty successful. We got all the loot here. We still gotta loot the Berg. Go to the bridge. Yeah, I would rather go... I think I would rather go through, like, the tower. We also have the Crest of Artorias. There are some items. Maybe we go... Vessels in the catacombs. Yeah. Yeah. We also still don't know what Capra is. Oh, we could go to the female undead merchant now, though. I mean, we have a usable weapon. I think I'm gonna go loot this area here, and then we can go. Equip Homeward. The thing is, I'm not gonna have Homeward for very long anyways. God, this item is ass. Why has it gotta be this fucking asshole? I think he gets stuck here with the jump. Okay, that's good. I didn't loot the item, I know. Dude, come on, man. I love this fucking enemy. How am I not even hitting him there? Dude, fuck you! Oh my god. I need to just man up, whatever, dude. They're not that bad to fight as long as you have a bit of space to work with. Oh god, what is that? Dude, you've got...
Fucking hell! Fuck!
Not gonna loot? Who said I wasn't gonna fucking loot? I fucking hate these enemies. I want to just go in there and just start swinging, but it'd end really badly. Oh, he's falling. He's gonna die. I'm not sure if these guys wake up, but I'm like... Yeah, this guy is tanky as fuck. I'm not even sure if they do aggro when you pick it up. I mean, that guy didn't. Wait, what was that? Oh, please tell me it's not Artorias here again. Did he... Oh no, I think it's 4 kings. Because there's no... Well, we definitely can't do that right now. There is a BKH back at home. I don't know if we're gonna go... I think we saved this fight for later, though. Because we can only upgrade the BKH to +2 right now anyways. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ooh. Nice. Can drain the water now. This run impossible to lose. I don't think you realize how quickly you can die. I mean, yeah, like, definitely in good shape right now, but... Yeah, we killed Sif. Wait, did I not loot the... Oh, shit. We could clear the graveyard in Firelink. There's a lot of items there. Did I loot the grave at Sif's? I actually think I did. No? Pretty sure. I thought I did, no? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh. What? The fuck was that from? Oh, because I joined the Covenant, it gave me the item that... the cat item, I guess? Interesting. I don't... We backstab this guy. I don't think we get toxic. Alright. Fuck's sakes. Come on board, vessel! What are the stat requirements for this thing? 34 strength. All right, what do we got here? Another divine blessing. We have 3. I mean, that's good. Could check Dusk and kill this Titanite guy. Arena. You guys should have said something sooner, but I'm pretty sure I looted Arena. I don't know. Somebody go fucking check the VOD. Maybe it was a different run. All right, what do we got? Oh! I'm not gonna do 4 kings. Guys, like the thing is, I can only upgrade it to +2. We have a Black Knight halberd and 2 blacksmith giant hammers that we can still buy, so there's no reason to do it yet. I don't think that there's gifted subs for, I don't think the Resident Evil badge is a thing anymore. Probably when RE9 comes out, there will be drops for it again, I had to guess. +2 Black Knight is plenty strong. I mean, sure, but we could also just wait. Like, if I do it right now and multiple kings... If I get multiple kings on me, I might die. Like, what's the point of doing Butterfly right now? Really? I mean, maybe the Lord Vessel is behind Butterfly, in which case that would suck. Please sell Homeward Bones. Oh my god, another Firekeeper soul? Halberd.
If thou art in me,
+4 Estus. Maybe I should have bought the Demon Titanite, actually. Probably should have. Oh well. Alright, I guess we'll go loot the item behind Sif. Dude, I need to get more. I need to get Homeward Bones. I think we need to go back to the... We need to go back to the Undead Merchant. The stairs behind the cat. Are you talking about the chest? I looted the chest. Yeah, we can still go to the female undead merchant. Honestly, we should just go to her, I guess. Maybe after this we'll go through the Taurus bridge. Because we already killed Taurus. My god, 5 divine blessings. I mean, it's okay, Chad. We can get more Homeward Bones. What's up, Abyss? Alright, yeah, let's just go down to the female merchant. I kind of want to upgrade my Estus, but I don't really want to run all the way there yet. I mean, it's a pretty safe pathway to get to the female merchant anyways. And after we can go to the... We could go to the undead merchant after we knock down the bridge ladder. We do also have the depths key, right? Yeah. Got the depths key, so we could go... Yeah, we could free Laurentius as well. Scary. Hope I die soon. What the fuck? This kind of sucks. And this is really not... Yeah, we need a fucking usable weapon. open shortcut. I mean, there's like 4 enemies in that room. I think I have to bone back. Get some in. Oh yeah, let me just get 28 int. Why didn't I do as many bosses as possible with the Black Knight sword? Because I have 4 extremely strong weapons that are available from merchants, and I need to fucking loot shit. I think we're gonna go down to Firelink.
What you need?
Maybe this might just be like a Murakumo angle, I think.
Don't get yourself. Oi!
We are fat now, though. Do plus 10? I mean, I would if I could. We can feed Frampt a bunch of our large shards for more normal Titanite. I think we go clear the graveyard. There's like 6 items in the graveyard we could loot. If I remember though, the graveyard in this run is kind of giga ass. We didn't loot the item after Stray either. I guess we should go down first though. Yeah, maybe we should clear our way. We should probably clear our way to the Undead Merchant and buy more bones. Got some strong juice now. Actually, I guess we're just clearing... we don't need to go that way. Since we're just clearing the path here anyways. Imagine this is the Lord Vestal again.
Stranger, thank you.
This guy's got a dragon tooth and a blacksmith giant hammer. It's really good. Oh, we might be able to fix our equip load. We need lighter gloves or pants. 8 and 9.7.
Thank you, kind.
Oh, these dogs are so scary. And we have a lot of different items we could loot here. I don't know. It sucks that it's grave lorded, man. So I kind of want to like clear all of the burg. Yeah, it probably won't last that much longer. That's true. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Maybe it'll go away. All right. Well. Oh man, I'm scared of the worms, dude. If you kill them and then you time your attack well, it's fine, but I feel like if I mess it up, I'm just gonna like die. How tanky he is, dude. What the fuck? Oh, this is so ass. I wish I had any fire bombs at all, dude. Nice. My strat worked. Come on down, buddy. Alright, please no bone wheel. Oh god. Not actually a jump attack, it's just the running R1 that does this, like, animation. Alright. There's one more enemy down here, but, I mean, we can loot all of the berg now, which is really good. Well, more or less all of it. Actually, there's a few more enemies we should probably kill first. Well, I mean, Great Club is still good. I don't think... we're gonna keep the Great Club for very long, but... Oh my god, what the fuck? You know, I was wondering if the fucking leeches would spawn when the fucking Gravelord ended, and they actually do. I was thinking about that exact fucking thing. Dude, this... Oh my god, this fucking area down here. Bro. What the fuck? I'm not going down there. Hey, we're getting twinklies now, though. 6 twinklies, that's good. Imagine that was a fucking bone wheel in there. Is there an item at the top of this tower? Okay. Clear the dragon's bridge. If I go that far, it's gonna... If I go that far, it's gonna respawn all the enemies in this area. I would rather not do. Blah. Yeah, it's crazy we haven't found any Lord Souls yet. I mean, I guess we could have went up the ladder. Well, if we find a... We need to find a different weapon. We also need to go back. Need to go back this way. Buy a chess piece. I mean, I'm mid-rolling right now anyways. It's fine. Did I already have the armor? No, I think that was Smo's armor that you're getting it mixed up with. Bring him steel protection. Oh, dude, this is like the worst set of enemies that I've ever seen in this area. This is so fucking despair. Is there anything else to loot here? What if that's the Lord Vessel? I mean, it could be. We can grab this one item here. Wait, the bone wheel died. Oh, wait, no he didn't. No he didn't. No he didn't! Oh my fucking god, bro. What the fuck is that? What? Dude. The other one I killed up top? Oh, I guess so. Alright, dude, I'm fucking getting out of there. I don't know. We'll save that area for later. I don't want to fuck with that. I mean, a greatsword is good. I need to feed Framped. I'm gonna loot the graveyard now. Can use this greatsword. It's 3 shards per large shard. It's actually 5. How many humanities do I have? 5. That actually could have killed me. If he knocks me into the pit, I'm gonna die because I don't have the Lord Vessel. Oh, you could go down without it? Wait, can you? I thought you die if you don't have the Lord Vessel, no? No, you definitely do. Bro, I'm so scared because of that fucking vagrant. Like, Dude, where is the fucking vagrant? What do you mean, what am I doing? If I fucking fight this guy and I'm not... Dude, that vagrant is going to instantly fucking kill me. If I just focus on the Taurus, I'm gonna die to the vagrant. Okay, this is good. This is good. The vagrant's not accurate anymore. Upgrade the sword? I already did. I already did. Honestly, I didn't really need to aggro this guy. I mean, we can kill him though. Man, we really don't do much damage. Make sure we don't get ourselves trapped in the fucking gravestones. Okay. We got him. Alright, what do we got? Oh, nice. Got ourselves a robe. Ooh, Svihanda. We still have not found any Lord Souls yet, though. I think we got everything here. Yeah, or the Lord Vessel. Lord Vessel is probably in the catacombs. Check the tunnel item. Oh, fuck, you're right. We still never checked the item in the tunnel up here, chat. What dude, if it's the fucking Lord Vessel again, that would be absurd. Yeah, getting large ember would be really nice too. Oh. Nope. Can go to the female merchant for the shortcut. Yeah. It's just... She's not gonna sell a key item. There are some items in the lower Undead Burg, though, that we could loot. Female undead merchant might have black fire bombs, though. Yeah, there's items on the bridge and in the lower bird, so... We could also go down to the depths. Do I have the DLC pendant? I don't think I do. No, there's a few items on the way to Gargs that I didn't loot yet. I went to Asylum. I didn't loot. I didn't loot the painted doll item, though. We don't have the west key. I mean, there's still so many places we need to loot, chat. Yeah, we could go to New Londo. I mean, there's a lot of places we still need to go. Holy shit, this is so hot. Hey, Thespy, thank you for the sub, man. Yeah, the hat makes you take more magic damage. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I love being shot by fucking lightning constantly. Oh. And definitely, I do not know how to fight these DLC guys that well, but... Oh my god, it's like the fucking tankiest one. Wait, this is the Hellkite Drake as well, so it drops... Oh wait, does the Hellkite Drake drop an item? Not unless you cut the tail, I think. No, I'm not gonna kill him. He doesn't fucking drop anything. I would rather not. Jeez. All right. It's locked. Door's locked. Yeah, there's an item back there, guys. I'm killing the enemies first. Because I would rather not pick up an unusable weapon and then be unable to kill the enemies in the area. You can strafe these guys' attacks pretty easily, at least. Alright, well... I think we loot everything here now. Like gloves. There's another item in here. No? Wait, is it in this room? I thought one of these. Oh no, it's this one. And why does it have to be a shield guy? Guarding the Lord vessel, yeah, maybe. Somehow that... Oh, that's a good ring. I kind of want to kill this guy. Yeah, it's just... Did I miss an item next to the slumbering ring on the other fence? I think there's only one item back there, but now you're making me doubt myself. I don't think there's an item, any other item there. Alright, well... I am gonna quit out. If this is... Oh, well. Easy. The great axe. Is there an item in his arena? I don't think so. I don't want him to fucking kill the merchant. Okay, I think he started going back. That merchant is immortal. That is simply not true.
Come again if you please. Much obliged.
All right. We are going to go back to the bonfire. Upgrade our weapon. And then, I don't know where to go now. I don't want to go to the catacombs. Maybe we go loot Blighttown. Or we could go to the depths. Maybe I'll go to the depths and see what gaping is. Well, maybe we do gaping first and then we, like, clear out the depths. We could also loot New Londo. We could free Laurentius, which is good. I mean, we really don't need Quaylana that badly. Place is fucking gravelorded, that's great. Now, how much damage does this do? A lot. Okay. Maybe we just go to New Londo and come back here later. I don't really want to deal with the Gravelord. I mean, we can lower the water, so there's a lot of loot. A lot of loot in New Londo. Is this place scary? I mean, kind of. We have a good weapon, though. We definitely have the power to clear this place. Yeah, we need to be careful. You're gonna push that guy off? Oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna loot that yet. This is fucking great. Oh, nice. That's good. I don't know if you can poison this guy or not. Yeah, there are so many knights here. Nice. Efficient. What the? Works for me. Yeah, I guess you can't really get mimicked in this because they... they automatically wake up. Okay. Oh my god, more vagrants. Why? What is that? I can't lock on to him. Oh my god, that is the worst fucking room I've ever seen in my life. Bro, what is that? Oh my god. Bro, this is so fucked. What the f- We're lucky we could get him to jump back. There's no enemy behind me, right? Oh. I mean, if we lower the water... No. Oh my god. If we lower the water, at least we're not gonna die if we fall. Ugh. So much loot here. I want to kill this room, but it's so fucking scary. Dude, like, what is that damage? How do I even do this room? I don't fucking know. I mean, I guess I don't think Ingward has a key item, so I don't think I have to go that way anyways. But the shop, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Oh god, there is a bone wheel on the loose. He was going somewhere too. He's fucking God. I don't think that's the bone wheel, chat. Maybe it was, though. I feel like there's another one somewhere. Are there many more enemies I need to kill? I'm trying to think. I'm not scared to pick stuff up. I just want to kill all the enemies here and then loot. I think there's some more enemies in, like, the cathedral here. There he is. Can I poison this guy? Damn. Alright, I'll be back for that later. I'm so tanky at this point, though. Like, holy shit. Oh, it's here. I didn't realize. Okay. I think we can probably start looting. there an item over here? Man, it's so quiet with this ring. Oh, the asylum key. He's almost dead to the poison. Was there any other item here? There's the item up that way. Come on, Lord Vessel. Give it to me. Is there any items in these little, like, rooms here? Oh, one of the Lord's souls. Nice. Item near the elevator? I don't even remember where that elevator is. Oh wait, actually, I think I know what you're talking about. Maybe. Isn't the elevator here? Oh yeah. Lamberge. Oops. I should never loot hollows. I think they're the ones that drop the broken straight sword. I think the other enemies are fine to loot, but we were gonna get a random weapon anyways. Oh yeah, there's an item in a pot over here, I think. Isn't there a pot with like oh god. Bro, what the fuck is that damage, dude? What is that? How do you get to that item there? Ah, goodness. There are so many items here. Use a knife. Maybe I could bait this guy to come down. Alright, well, he doesn't want to move. I think we gotta take the elevator back up. Who was it that sold the pyro flame? Was it Dusk? Check the metal stair. I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, I did miss an item back that way. Lack of footsteps makes it even more eerie. Yeah. True. Wait, how do you get... How do you get to the ledge where that... that one enemy was? Oh, I have to go downstairs. I see. For some reason, I was thinking it was up. Bruh. No, I don't think I can push him. I guess it's time to beat him to death with the fist. I don't really have a choice. Oh, I think it is knocking him back. Okay. Brakes equipment, yeah, I know. I know. Okay. Ingward can drop key items. Well, I'm not, I can't, I mean, even if I wanted to go to Ingward, I can't, so. Doesn't really matter, does it? My health bar is enormous, thank you. Hey, a better shield. Alright, well, I think we basically looted everything in New Londo. Unless there's something I forgot about. I think we basically got everything, though. But we need to buy a weapon or something. Something under the archway? What archway? I don't know. I think I got everything. I didn't loot the death room. I'm pretty sure I looted everything. I'm gonna stop getting one guy by chat. Alright, I'm getting 40 HP. We might need to buy a new weapon. This weapon is like fucking unusable.
Oh my.
Yeah, we looted the graveyard. Oh right, this guy has the BKH, but he's gonna lose it. Or he's gonna... Oh, they're gonna fucking leave. Keep it? Does he come back? Wait, Petrus doesn't leave? Yes, he does, doesn't he? He comes back. How does that work? Because I thought he goes crazy. No? Or is it the two other guys that go crazy? I guess Petrus is fine.
Come again.
I don't know. We probably need to buy a weapon at this point. I'm trying to think where... I think we should maybe buy a weapon and clear Blight Town, I guess. God, this weapon is fucking ass. Bro, why do... I've got these fucking great arrows in my inventory? Now I can get to Ingward? I mean... kind of, I guess. You have normal arrows? Okay. Your point. Guy only sells bolts. Who even does Andre sell arrows? Just equip the normal arrows? Yeah, I should just equip a better weapon then too. Oh, it was the female merchant.
Well, that is a shame, but
Oh, we can go to her. It's honestly not a bad idea to use this bow to get to Ingward, but the problem is, dude, I have to kill so many enemies. I have to kill so many fucking enemies along the way. Can't even equip arrows. I mean... the arrows get automatically equipped, so... Oh wait, I have to buy... Do they? They do. It just needs to be a different type. I think. Oh shit. That's kind of awkward. All right. Honestly, is that even enough arrows? Probably not. All of this for Ingward, like, dude, is this even worth it? I feel like no.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to clear that room, but I don't think I even have enough arrows at all. That chained prisoner. I mean, if I can bait the chained prisoner out of the room and then make him fall down again, then maybe I can kill the rest. There's so many enemies that I have to kill along the way. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do it. I don't think. Kill Ingward with the arrows. I could. I don't think he's gonna have that much in his inventory, so yeah, it's probably best just to kill him. I guess he can drop a key item, because he normally does. But then again, I guess like Andre also drops the Crest of Artorias, but I don't think you have to kill Andre. I'm gonna shoot this guy to make him drop down again, hopefully. Okay. Should be fine now. Two large shards. Nice. Epic. Did we kill the guy that drops the BKH? By the way. I'm not fucking clearing that room. There's nothing even there, dude. I'm not clearing that fucking room. That chain prisoner almost killed me in one fucking hit. Oh my fucking god, bro. What the what is this guy's fucking range? What am I trying to accomplish? I want a fucking weapon. I'm going to the merchant to buy a weapon. I have a weapon. I have a fucking longbow. This thing sucks ass.
Thank you.
It's fine. We have more weapons we can get. Yeah, we can go to the asylum. There's a few items there. Not doing the painted world. We can't go to the painted world yet. The risky body loot. I don't think, as long as it's not a hollow, I don't think you're gonna get a weapon. Okay, wait, where are we going? Ooh. In a decent position, yeah, for sure. Alright, let's see. And where is this Lord vessel? Did I loot the item at the start in this run? It's hard to remember. I guess I can check. Pretty sure I did. Although, actually, maybe I didn't. No, I don't think I did. Dude, if this is the Lord vessel... Yeah, I know I have the key. Hey, Hams, thank you for the 102 months.
Oh.
Hold on, I want to bait the... I don't want to fucking fight this guy in like a tight corridor. Oh. Alright, all the Black Knight replacements drop items. I don't know if it could be a key item or not. I mean, the Black Knight Halberd enemy can drop the Lord Vessel, I'm pretty sure. Catacombs are calling. No, they're not. Alright. Come on, Lord Vessel! Oh, that's a good weapon, though. I'm fat. But it is a good weapon. Damn, I'm looking kind of good. Yeah, this thing upgrades with Twinklies as well. Maybe we should go try to kill... Maybe we should go try to kill 4 kings?
We could also go loot. Yeah, maybe we'll go loot Blighttown instead. I don't want to go back to the catacombs. Not yet. The Lord Vessel could be anywhere, chat. It could be down here in Blighttown. You never know. I feel like it's always in the catacombs, though. You're not wrong. I have a good setup for 4 kings. Yeah, I mean... yeah, kind of. How come I don't level stamina as much? Because... it doesn't... you could have a million fucking stamina, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much stamina you have if you can't use the weapons that you find. This is really not a great spot. Oh, for fuck's sakes. This is such a sus fucking area. Fuck off, dude. Another fucking dark right down there, dude. Oh my god. Is he gonna get stuck here?
This is so awful, like... I'm really not... I really don't want to fucking drop down here. If I drop down, that guy is gonna aggro. The crab is already aggroed to me. The clam, sorry. It's just because if I have to run that way, I'm gonna aggro 2 more enemies. Throw the poop. Is he toxic? That fucking work? Oh, this is so fucking... This is so awful. Range on this weapon is so good. This has got to be like the biggest halberd, surely. Alright. This is totally gonna be worth it. Just loot from the clam. Oh, no fucking shot. Oh my god, that was the loot from the fucking hollow? No way, dude. I guess I... What a... Fuck me. Club.
I see.
Good thing we didn't aggro this guy. Jesus. Fucking 2 bone wheels down here. Such an annoying spot for this fuck. Where are you going, dude? Why is he going around? This is so fucking ass, bro. Okay, I need to bait him into, like, this corner. Oh, and now he's going back around again, bro. Please. Where are you going? Fucking get over here! This is a horrible place. Dude, I want to rest at this bonfire to upgrade the fucking weapon. But the problem is, if I rest here, I have to climb back up fucking Blight Town. What are you doing, man? Gotta make sure we don't aggro those vagrants. Right, this guy is respawning. Bro, what are you doing? Get over here. Fight me. Dude, the pathfinding in this area is really fucking buggy. Dude, what are you doing? What are these fucking enemies doing? Holy shit. Fine, chat. Everything's fine. Yeah, I should probably stop looting the enemies. What if they drop a good weapon, though? Come here, Taurus, please. This is so fucking toxic, bro. Like, go around the corner, please. Thank you. Yeah, we've used so much Estus. There's an item over here, but there's so many enemies behind it. Doesn't actually seem that bad, thankfully. That's crazy. Bottomless box. So I don't know. I mean, we either need to... We either need to bone out or go grab the bonfire down here. I don't think climbing up should be that bad. I lose my weapon? I guess I'll just go back. I don't know. Holy shit, this is so hot. We could go to the depths. Bottom of Sen's fortress is unlooted. Did I not loot the... Did I not loot the water area? I thought I did. No, I'm pretty sure I did. How am I not getting a backstab? Yeah, we went back to the asylum. And we are so tanky. Doesn't mean I can't die easily, but we are tanky. Yeah, that chained prisoner in New Londo is just bullshit. That was, I don't know why he was so strong. But not actually the weapon that's at risk, though. What the fuck is that? Jesus. That's scary. I want some chicken. Getting shit on by a Black Knight. Silver Knight?
You. Yes, you. Please, you must help me. Thank you. I would have been a supper without you. Been eaten alive. I shudder to think. Thank you. Thank you dearly. I am Laurentius, of the Great Swamp. I will not forget my debt to you. Oh, hello there. I'm fine, thank you.
You're welcome, buddy. Oops. I want to go kill Gaping. But if I kill Gaping... don't know, it was just getting back. Looting this area fully is like super cursed. Maybe the enemies won't be that bad. See, like, this shit right here is fucked. Honestly, it's just that bone wheel that makes me anxious more than anything. If that bone wheel wasn't there, I wouldn't even be that worried. Can I knife it? I don't have any way to block right now, though. I don't know, man. Thing is, we don't have to kill all those enemies. Oh, what the... Forgot there's a fucking enemy above this.
You, Printman. I like man.
That's 7 humanity? Let's see. More defense. Is there a fucking dragon butt here as well? What? In the fucking wall? What is that? And there's a fucking Capra over there. Dude, I hate this so much. I don't even want to fucking be here. Maybe we should go to the catacombs. Give the people what they want. Oh, 2-hit stagger? That's really nice. Oh, what the fuck? Jesus, the game wants me dead. Oh yeah, we should go check what Laurentius has. Oh man, if only we found the large ember.
I like one.
Yeah, maybe the no.
Yeah, wonder. I'm scared. Of what?
Great sword. Okay.
Goodbye then.
You suck. I mean, a great sword's okay though. Really don't want to fucking kill this guy, but I don't know if he can chase me down. Thank you, Hollow. It was very nice of you. I'm not leaving him alive, chat. He's gonna fucking grief me somehow, some way. A lot of vagrants. At least they're not red. These scissor guys scare me so much. They, like, I'm not even kidding. If I get hit by his multi-snip, it will just instantly kill me, I'm pretty sure. Bro, this dragon butt is like, wants to fucking kill me again. There's another fucking butterfly. And a fucking channeler, dude. I mean, I don't think he's causing any issues. weapon's honestly not bad. uh... Slow and steady. You're scared? It'll be okay. What the fuck? Bro, fucking crossbow. Alright, it's okay. There's some items back here I can loot. And we can go down to Blacksmith Vamos. So it's probably okay. I'm trying to think, is there any other items back that way that I left? Oh, yeah. Man, they're really making me work for the Lord Vessel in this run. item. I know you can fall through there. What does that lever do? Oh, the wall I tried to break open, I see.
Be gone with you. You spoil my focus.
All right, what do you got?
What is going?
More homeward bones. He has nothing. He has fucking literally nothing. But I can upgrade my weapon at least.
If that'll be all.
Luckily, this is a weaker... It's a weaker Titanite demon. I'm just scared of that red vagrant. These guys are only weak to, like, break. Oh, God. There is items up there. Oh, so many enemies. Probably didn't need to kill that guy, to be honest. I probably could have just left him. I don't think he could really do much. Bruh. I'm so tanky. What is... Thing is, if I fall down there... I can't remember what's the... Where does that lead to if I fall? Oh, we're here now. Ooh, okay. Is there anything over this way? Because this just goes back to the hole. The loot dropping down. True, we could do that. Bro. That's fucked. Ugh. We just do the boss fight, maybe? Oh, right. There is an item if I drop down. Yeah, I guess we can use the scythe to kill whatever boss is here.
Fucking Gwyn wheel. You need 15 in to talk to Logan. Isn't Gwyn easy as hell? I mean, if you have a shield, sure. If you don't have a shield, then you have to bait him to do his jump attack over and over again, which can go south pretty quickly, I think. I don't really know how to do it. I feel like our damaging stats are okay. Thought you could just strafe him. I mean, bro, he's gonna kill me in 3 hits. Yeah, we could go to 4 kings. Oh yeah, what was the butterfly fight again? It wasn't... Whatever it was, I don't think it was that bad. Oh yeah, 4 kings, right. The boss we're going to. Sorry, I'm getting tired.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
No boss for 3+ hours? Bro, I'm trying to find the fucking Lord vessel, alright? What do you want me to do? I love these enemies. This guy's just built different. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh god. I know I don't have to go all the way down here, but I'm scared I'm gonna hit my head. Or I'm gonna bonk on the... Alright. We have the ring on. Here comes 4 Gwent. 4 Calameets. Oh god, I can barely fucking see him too. Oh, my damage is so bad. Oops. I really don't want to do like a 10-minute long Calmy fight. I mean, it's doable. I have a fuck ton of Estus, but this damage is so bad. Ugh. We need to find the fucking large ember, man. I don't know, guys. I think I might call it. I might call it a day here because we still have so much of this run left, and I'm starting to get tired, and I feel like I'm gonna die if I'm too tired. Like, I don't know. We still have hours of this run left, and honestly, I have a bit of a headache. What do you mean so much? I mean, we still have 15 bosses left and multiple areas left to fully loot. All we have is 1 Lord Soul. I mean, we need to loot all of the Tomb of the Giants. The Lord Vessel could be in the Tomb of the Giants. It could also be in the Depths. The Depths is fucked though, because Seath... There's a dragon butt and Seath blocking the fucking way to get to Gaping Dragon, and the other pathway is fucking equally fucked. Time to lads? No, I don't think we're doing lads today. Yeah, I mean this has been a really good run so far. There's some pretty cursed kill Seath from behind. Can I, though? How do you get behind Seath? Behind Seath is the fucking ramp. There's no way to get to where... I don't think it's possible to get behind Seath. Check to loot in church. In what? I think we looted... So far we've fully looted, just so I hopefully remember. We fully looted Berg, I'm pretty sure. Sen's Fortress, Anorlando. We looted the Darkroot Garden. I think there's a few... There's like 1 item next to 6 different enemies in the Darkroot Garden that I think is still there. We could also go back to Anorlando and go to... Actually, no, we can't go to Duke's Archives. Yeah, there's nothing left in Anorlando. So the Lord Vessel has to be... I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to feel like it might be behind 4 Kings. Rather, it might be behind Butterfly. Because Butterfly has 3 different item pickups behind it. You pick up like 3 items in a row
on the smithing stone. I mean, it could be in the DLC if the broken pendant is not behind the golden fog gates. But I don't have the broken pendant, I don't think. It could also be, I mean, it could also be in the painted world, but we haven't found the doll yet. Oh man, this rando, this seed is like fucking brutal. I feel like we're gonna have to loot the entire fucking game just to get the items we need. Yeah, there's also Ash, there's Great Hollow. It could be in the Great Hollow. It could be fucking anywhere. There's still so many places to loot. Oh man. Alright. Well, yeah, thank you all for watching today, guys. I'm glad so many of y'all are enjoying the DS1 rando. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some food and relax, guys. I'm pretty hungry and I'm getting kind of tired, so I don't want to push myself and get the run killed because I'm getting tired.